Howdy folks, just getting set up here. Won't take too long, I promise. Actually, one thing I'll do is move the mic, so after all this clattering, you'll be able to hear me talking about stuff. Ah, there you are. Hello, everyone. Okay, so as you can tell from the title and the various stream assets, I'm just getting set up to take another run at Fenrir right now. We'll get the pre-stream pour out of the way. Oh, I don't know if this is the greatest time for a stream, but maybe this will help. Got some more of that Cherry Coke Zero on the go. Pretty good last time. And I think it's going to hit the spot tonight because, like I was saying, I don't know if this is the best time for a stream. I just woke up from a nap. I never nap, and for some reason I had a nap today. I was just feeling totally wiped. And you know how sometimes after you have a nap or after you wake up, like first thing in the morning, you feel more tired than when you went to sleep? Is this gonna fit? Come on, Yeti. We're gonna have to chug some of this. Alright. That'll set me up for the night. Yeah, anyway, I woke up from this nap and, like, my eyes are tired. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe whipping Loki into shape and Loki whipping Fenrir into shape will snap me out of this. So, we're gonna get started right away. We're gonna be fighting Fenrir. Full disclosure, I'm already the #1 score on Fenrir here, so we're not really, like, fighting for a high score. I should be able to beat my own score. But first things first, let's go ahead and look at my team. The star of the show is going to be Awakened One, and she is geared up with all Blazing Sun stuff. This is new from the Battle Pass event, so I'm going to try this. There's a little quirky gimmick that uses this. Soda, you showed up just in time to see your favorite Star Crown in action. There's a quirky little gimmick that I'll talk about when we get into the battle that uses this. Can't really take advantage of it too much quite yet, but I'm using it anyway. It's one difference from my previous high score team, so we'll see if it makes a huge difference. Second character we've got on the go is Lucretia, similarly set up with Blazing Sun. Third character we have here is Florentia, who is with a clock set. Florentia is going to be very helpful, giving constant act agains to AO. You're going to see a little bit of a trend when it comes to who's doing the damage on my team. Basically, everyone exists to make AO powerful. So we've got Patsir, of course, who is on clock currently. And her main role in this fight is to put like 15 debuffs on Fenrir every time she blinks her eyes. We've also got Imelda, who's on clock, and her main role is to whip AO. She doesn't do too much other than that. She basically just... You don't have to get too deep into the rotation before Imelda will outright kill herself if she attacks or goes near Fenrir. So she basically, like, ends her turn, 5 turns, and then whips AO. And then ends her turn, 5 turns, and whips AO. Which is kind of hilarious, but that's what she's here for. And Loki is mainly going to be copying Imelda, so that Loki can similarly just go hide in a corner somewhere and whip AO. The way the mechanics in this fight work, no one else is really going to be able to contribute notable damage other than AO, who's stacking up all those AoE debuffs. So the amount of damage she does eclipses everyone else so much that there's no point in other people actually doing stuff other than making her more powerful. Okay, so who else do we have? We only have one other person on the team, and he'll be way down here because he's in his Tier 2 flying class. The weakling Lanford. Lanford is in this fight for 3 reasons. He's not going to be directly attacking, so he's not really ever at risk of taking damage. And that's also why he's in his Tier 2 flying class. But here's the 3 things that Lanford does. It's probably pretty clear already. he puts King's Crown buff on AO. When he attacks with Javelin and then ends his turn next to AO, he heals her with Holy Grail. That triggers her Star Crown and gives her another 10% skill damage. And the final thing is actually huge, so if you're considering running this battle or running this rotation, and you don't have Lanford built, or you don't have him fully cast, or you don't have him 6-star and you're looking for replacements, it's going to be tricky, because his center casting passive gives allied units, aka, you know who I'm talking about, AO, plus 10% crit damage, and that counts for her meteors. So she's going to be standing right next to Lanford, she's going to be King's Crown, she's going to be whipped, she's going to have the double Zeus buffs from the tiles on the ground, and she's going to be doing 10% more crit damage when she crits, which should hopefully be fairly frequently. So, yeah, we've already mentioned it, but I might as well just go ahead and show that we've got Loki on the go for this. Very important to have tons of int on AO. And finally, let's just go take a look at the score situation. So as I mentioned, I'm already in first place on this. I ran this battle, I basically tested this rotation last time Fenrir was around, so however, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, I guess 4 or 5 weeks ago, however long, I think they're all up for like 6 days. So I did place first with this exact same team, as you can see. That'll be interesting to see if my team's current power is higher. 54, 644. But yeah, my Loki wasn't maxed at the time, so I do have a slightly better Loki. I do have the Star Crown now, I didn't have that before. I didn't really improve anyone's enchants though, because their enchants were all pretty good last time I ran it. So last time I ran this battle, it was basically just to take notes on the rotation and get familiar with the rotation. So I'll be working from those notes that I made last time, and hopefully doing better and finding ways to improve things. So, with me being first place, the stakes aren't quite as high, but I do think I can improve this score, so I think I'm going to at least be gunning for that. But also, obviously, the point of streaming this and recording this, it'll be on my channel in the Ancient Beckoning school section. So anyone who wants to try to improve their scores, or make a first run at Fenrir maybe you haven't done Fenrir, or maybe you've been slacking on your Ancient Beckoning like I know many of you have, and you just haven't run it in a while, so this might be the impetus that you need to pick it up and just set a score and start getting rewards. Yeah, Soda, I went with Breeze for Lanford for now. I didn't... 2 reasons. I didn't want to re-enchant a set for him, and because he's doing such negligible damage anyway, like the only real benefit of going Blazing Sun for him is for the rare times that he does use Javelin to attack the boss, maybe doing a little bit more damage. But the damage he does on those turns is so small anyway, it's going to be a splash in the bucket, so not really worth re-rolling him yet. But for future rotation, I may just slowly and gradually start putting together those pieces. There's nothing else I can think of other than to get started. What we may find is I have forgotten something. Not the salad. I know Soda was here checking for that, but maybe I've forgotten something and I'll need to restart, but that will become clear pretty early in the fight, I believe. Okay, so this rotation is actually pretty clean because you're never really in danger. AO protects your team by killing Fenrir really quickly, usually. You're never really in danger of actually dying, so this is going to go to turn 99, and it's going to follow pretty much the same pattern. It's like basically a 6-turn rotation. It's kind of a 3-turn rotation, but there's variations on each of those, so I called a 6-turn rotation, and we're going to be doing that until the very end, until time expires. Other than this very first couple of turns where we're getting things set up, this is going to be a little bit different because we're obviously getting into our initial positions, but once we're there, it's going to quickly become a very boring battle for you and for me. So one of the other side benefits of streaming this is a good conversation to hopefully make the time go. Okay, so this is one of those points in the battle. Normally, I would want to cast Mind Bore here. But the thing is, if you don't clock it, then it won't be ready for the next time you need it. The most important time to have Mind Bore up, since it increases his magic damage taken, is the turns where AO is going to get acted again and cast her 3C twice. So I would like to cast it here, but if I don't clock it, then it won't be ready for me. So rather than... If I wanted to be really perverse, I could keep resetting the battle and wait for a clock. Like, keep trying it and restart until I get a clock, but I'm not going to put you guys through that. I've done that before with other fights, and it's not a kind thing to do. Okay, so first things first. Get a little King's Crownage on AO here. The other thing is we're not going to really start to see damage pile up until like a couple cycles in, when AO has actually picked up the tile twice, double stacked the tiles. But it'll happen. We'll save those chains for next turn, too. So here's our first wimpy little AO 3C. Terrible. Oh, that's another thing. You're going to be seeing that 3C animation many times during the course of this battle. Oh, Amma, just you wait. Just you wait. I'm actually excited for you to see it. No, this is the turn where we can blow this, because we are going to use AO twice here. We'll hope for a clock anyway. No clock and no dim jewel. Sag. So yeah, you can see from that Imelda is not going to be attacking for very long in this fight. Ooh, missed the crit on the last meteor too. That's brutal. But we're just getting ramped up. Okay, so here's some Lanford buffage coming in. There's the Star Crown, there's the King's Crown. Ooh, missed the crit on the last meteor again. What is the problem, AO? If we start missing crits like those big crits later in this fight, this is gonna actually not be good. Oh, Amma, I just showed it right at the start of the stream. You missed it, but you'll be able to catch it in the VOD. She's using Blazing Sun, obviously, and then just Dimensional Jewel, Red Moon, Star Crown, and armor with your highest int possible. Everything with your highest int possible, obviously. We're gonna start doing numbers with AO here soon, now that we've got, after this, when we get her double tiled. One of the main mechanics of this fight is making sure that you have AO's 3C available at all times. So that means checking to see if she got the Dim Jewel proc, and then using the Golem to cool her down, or using Act Again if necessary to get the Golem's cooldown back, which is kind of annoying, but it's gotta be done. Okay, and Loki should be ready to come back already. Now, this would be the first turn that I really wanted Mind Bore, because this is the first turn that we're getting a full double AoE tile stacked AO 3C on this guy, with Act Again, so doing it twice. So if he does not have, you know, the 20% damage taken, or magic damage taken, or whatever Mind Bore does, it's a little bit of less damage. A little bit of less damage. But this fight is long enough, and there's so many meteors, that, you know, one missed Mind Bore isn't going to be the end of the world. Alright, let's see what numbers this gives me. Oh, that's more like it. That's more like it. Those are numbers. Hey Trisket, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Amma, that was like a... What was that? 1 million to 1.5 million per meteor? So here's Lanford's contribution. 30,000 damage. That's why I wasn't too fussed about building him a Blazing Sunset, because, like, you know, getting him from 30,000 to, like, 45,000 over the course of the battle is not going to make a huge difference compared to, obviously, doing 1.7 million per meteor. Do we need to cool this down? Yes, we do. So you can see how missing a crit on one meteor actually ends up costing you a lot of damage. And I wonder why she's missing those crits, because I don't remember her missing meteor crits for me last month. I wonder if I changed her accessory, like if she's missing, like, a crit roll, and it's causing that. I hope not, because I'm doing this whole fight to the end, and I'll check later. And if I put the wrong accessory on, I'm not doing the fight again after that. Let's just say that much. Once for posterity. Now, Lucretia, how long are you able to attack this guy? Not too much longer. As long as we're hitting crit on that last meteor, the big one. The big one. I like how Loki's really just here to chill and vibe. Cast some buffs and leave. Alright, finally we have Mindbore back. Yay! So many debuffs. Fenrir, you're great. Emma, we've all been Anarchy bros all along. You know that. Right, Lanford, show us your stuff. Oh, wait. Might as well throw a King's Crown buff at Lucretia while we're here, while we have Shiv. Every time Fenrir sees Florentia cast Act Again on Awakened One, he's like, ugh. Ugh, for Odin's sake. Wait! Soda, you're 100% right! I have her built as Demon class for this, and I switched her to Mage for goddamn Magic Tower auto chess. That is 100% what the problem is. We're only on turn 7. That's a restart the battle situation right there. As you know, my friends, I'll be putting it in the timestamps where the run resumes at turn 7. But didn't take us too long to get there. Most of this VOD so far has been setting up heroes and not noticing my class. So glad this happened at the same time as auto chess for this run. Boom. Auto chess. Got me. Ah, that's better. That's better. Oh, more int, too. One more int, actually. I don't know why. Why that's the case. Thanks, Soda, for noticing that not on, like, turn 70. That would have been... instantly close the stream sadness levels. Alright, so for these first few turns, I'm not gonna, like, walk you through everything I'm doing like I did for the first run-through. I just want to quickly hasten us back to turn 7, where we finished things off. No reason to super belabor this. But I don't feel, honestly, I don't feel too bad about that happening. Because turn 7, when you're doing 99 of these turns, 7 turns feels like not too devastating. Well, Soda, you did the right thing, because the sad thing is, I would have noticed eventually, and it's just a question of how long it took me. Like, honestly, if I was glanced at her class and saw Mage there on turn 70, I would have buried my face in my pitiful Kong hands. Maybe I'll get some slightly better like Clock and Dim Jewel RNG here. Although my Clock and Dim Jewel RNG was actually pretty good on that last run. The few turns of it that it mattered. Look at all those beautiful non-missed crits. Not going to be greedy this time. I'm going to save her Mind Bore until the next rotation when I actually care about it. Yeah, it's pretty funny when Fenrir is a little bug, too. All the Loki trickery. Entertaining. Mmm. 62 extra skill. Delicious. Oh, nice, Sarah. Or Kyutaru. I don't know why I said Sarah. I have Sarah on the mind because I think he mentioned on main chord that he's considering coming back just for Ancient Beckoning. We all know it was because of Magic Tower chess. But with me and Sarah and you all running Ancient Beckoning runs, the leaderboard might light up again. That'll be nice. I fully expect to see Kyutaru above me on the leaderboards again, where he belongs. Okay, let's not lose track of where I am here. Avengers, any upcoming banners other than the collab that you should be keeping an eye out for? Yeah, pretty much all the banners after the collab, unfortunately. Right after the collab is the anniversary, so there's going to be a limited banner for Apotheosis, which is the ultimate form of Watham, and he ends up being really good in PvP. They're also going to be rerunning Awakened One at that time, so if you don't have her, then obviously a must summon when she comes back. And the month after Apotheosis is another banner with a couple strong PvP characters. So we're going to have several months ahead of mainly summoning on the major event banners. Alright, let's take a look at these numbos. Tasty. Nice. Whoops. Well, we'll see if she gets attacked. Mispositioned there to be able to reach with Whip. And also not get in Lanford's way of putting King's Crown on AO. That's the most important thing, really. Oh yeah, that's actually annoying. Is that worth a rewind, though? What turn am I on? 5? Let's do that. Cost me like 10,000 damage of her hitting Fenrir with that. Which, every time I see that pre-C go off, I obviously feel much less bad about missing 10,000 damage. But every 10,000 adds up. Nice, got the clock there. One of the things we're going to be looking for and probably using one of our rewinds on is the first time Imelda attacks into Fenrir and gets herself killed. But we'll be pushing right up to that limit. As soon as it looks like she's going to get counter-killed, we have to basically stop attacking with her. Then her job is just to stand there and hopefully get the Warlock's Hood debuff off on Fenrir. And occasionally whip. Okay, and with that, we are back to the point in the stream where Soda Popinski saved the day. $56 mil. Turn 7. Yep, here we are. We're gonna need some golem power to get her 3C. Still pretty good. Eventually, obviously, those meteors will start doing less damage. Okay, we need Golem next turn as well. He'll be able to swap to get his refresh back, so I don't need to desperately act again him. It is always an option, though. Like, if I'm gonna need Golem's cooldown right away, and he doesn't have it available, I can cast Act Again on him. If I do it this turn, I won't have Act Again ready for AO next turn, which is obviously significantly more important. But yeah, managing, or at least watching AO's cooldown on her 3C is one of the things that's keeping you awake during this fight. And not keeping you awake as in like a nightmarish anxiety sense, but keeping you awake as in having something, however minor, to do while repeatedly running this cycle. Actually, we are going to need her to get her 3C back after casting here, or else we're going to be not in a happy position. Alright, we're officially not in a happy position. Her cooldown is off. Sad. Sad RNG. That's the kind of RNG you rewind for if you're not making a 5-hour VOD for people to watch already. Or do I rewind for it anyway and screw y'all? Nah, I don't have the heart to do that. We'll miss a few million damage. Actually, we don't need to miss a few million damage, because I can swap. If I use the swap to cool her down... See, this is a bit of a give and take. You can use the swap to cool her down, but she will lose the tile buffs. Actually, she'll lose all her buffs, so she'll still be able to cast her meteors, but I'll have to basically spend some time, like, restacking them. It's better than not casting meteor. See, so we're doing the 5 to 7.5 million damage meteors now instead of the 10 plus million damage, or 1 plus million damage. Chutaru, did you have your gits built for Ancient Beckoning as well, didn't you? She would have been fun to use in this. Yeah, she doesn't fit in like this rotation, but the rotation immediately prior to AO, I think she was one of the options, like one of the oh, maybe it was Sleipnir that I was thinking of? I was pretty sure it was like Gitz was a potential sub for like Lucretia here, maybe? Anyway, I've seen people other than you use her, and I got kind of like food jealousy. But mine is super unbuilt. Yeah, Sleipnir, interesting. I'd like to see a Sleipnir run using her, though. Gonna hang on to that till I get the proper cycle set back up. Okay, we still have no reliable golem power here. Golem being a little bit of a jackass. Really, it's my Dim Jewel being a jackass. But this is a turn where I can burn and act again on the golem to help get his cooldowns back in shape. In fact, I might as well use this now since she's going to need her. Holiday Rush, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's starting already, Qtaro. Well, good luck at work. Thank you for stopping by for the time that you could, and good luck setting aside time for your run on Friday. I really look forward to seeing your charge up the leaderboards. I'm not just saying that. Okay, we're back up to real numbers on AO here. Okay, and we're starting to get, you know, slight one turn's worth of Dim Jewel luck. Oh, Trisket, I'm sure once Sarah gets the hang of this rotation, your score on Fenrir is going to rapidly climb, let's say that much. You don't need Golem's help, so he can hang. Okay, who did I miss? Turn 11, let's go. My cycle is slightly whack here thanks to that one missed good 3C from AO, but we'll get it back on track. We'll get it back on track. There, back to being an Anarchy. I was gonna say, it was jarring to see Fenrir, however briefly, being a Fenrir. We do need Golem's help this turn. All right. Back in action. Turn 12. We're getting there. Almost at 100 mil. Let's clock this for good measure. No Pats here? No? Unfortunate. Oh, Imelda. Down to 4,000 on that one. I do need Golem's help. And Golem needs Lucretia's help. It's just a cascade of different people needing different people's help to get their cooldowns ready. So AO is going to have to throw us a bone here and proc Dim Jewel on this to let everyone kind of cool down and get their skills back. Good, good, I saw that. Thank you, AO. I needed your help there. By the way, I'm just glossing over the fact that Avengers said, "What's another hour?" earlier. My friend, as it is, this run is going to have me up past midnight my time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Except for me, apparently, for some reason. Is Florentia going to survive this? Yeah, she's fine. She's doing better than Imelda is, actually. Don't like that. It looks like my Golem is in a compromising position again. Maybe I should have AA'd him this turn. This is the turn to do it, because you don't need it for AO. Although then she wouldn't have act again available next turn. Yeah, it's just tricky all around. It's tricky all around. Are you going to survive this one, Imelda? Is this the turn that you stop attacking? No, you're still hanging in there. You're still doing great. And our cooldowns are actually in decent shape right now. I was getting stressed for no good reason. This is actually going to be kind of a funny one when I start doing the timestamps, because I always put when I first hit S rank, and the reason I do that is so people who haven't run the fights before can see, like, if they're just stressed about getting rewards or they just want to get to S rank for rewards, if you can see, like, how easily an end game or a prepped account gets there, and then how much of the rest of the fight is just leaderboard, like, it makes you realize you don't have to do that super intense prep that, like, leaderboard people do, because this whole, like, 90% of the fight you don't care about. And on this fight, it's like the very first attack you get to S rank, which is hilarious. Did I need? Yes, I do. Nice. 1.57 there. Now let's get whipped again. Like we did last summer. Every turn is like a test for Imelda. Are you going to survive? Okay, this was the turn. This is the turn that Imelda does not survive. That means for the rest of this fight, she is doing this. This is a turn where I really should be casting AA on him to get his cooldowns back. And if I do that... I want to cast my 3C to give me more tokens. Gonna need tokens. But that's okay. Patzer at least is always safe. Okay, Treasure Goblin, time to eat meteors. Lanford chipping in. I know in one of my other streams I was making fun of, like, Balder for doing 40 damage. Lanford is that guy in this battle. He's doing his part. He's doing his best. But he's a big help to AO, so he's well appreciated. So as you can probably tell by now that we're a few phases in, Patzer is basically rotating between up here and down here. And on the turns that we're going to be acting again AO to get 2 sets of meteors off, we're really hoping to be able to cast Mind Bore. Imelda's job is hopefully to get that hat proc off, which she just did, so that's nice. Yeah, Frontier, you have gone down in the way of legends. That's really just an admonition of all the people who haven't been donating to poor old Kong's stream. Poor fella. Poor Kong. Can't even afford to turn the heat on in the studio. Has to wear a nice cozy toque up here in Canada. We do want her cooldown refreshed. Yes, we do. But yes, welcome to the stream from the naval base. Good to see you again. Hope all's been going well. Let's see. You're fine. Luxid right now, I think I'm at like 680 million for my current high score. #1 on the charts for Rayguard-Dalsis-Rocky Valley, Salrath-Baldea, whatever, all that, everyone in that cluster. Like 680, I think. Or around there. 686 or something like that. So, hoping to break that. This is frustrating. So we need to golem her, which fortunately we do have a swap available. Yeah, Frontier, at least streaming is immediate, right? Like, you don't have to feel like you're sitting down and putting a bunch of your hard-fought free time into, like, making videos and stuff. So, Avengers, you're coming up on your 1-year anniversary, eh? That's exciting. Pretty soon you'll be topping the charts in Ancient Beckoning as well. I wonder. No, because she doesn't have her 3C. Trying to think of how I can finagle cooldowns now. Might just have to deal with a swap again, which is unfortunate. The other option would be to go with the golem here and then use act again on the golem, but that, I don't believe, gets me the necessary tokens to act again AO next turn. If I had my 3C up, maybe, because I could just blast it to get a couple extra tokens. Yeah, I think we're dealing with another swap scenario here. So that'll hurt my overall DPS. That's one thing, like over the course of 99 turns, if you have to do this a couple times, then you're missing out on a couple million damage each time. It will add up and impact your score. Ah, streaming Langrisser 1 and 2. Would you be streaming both, like in order? I assume you've played through them before. Oh, that's pretty funny. Loki can proc that helmet. So he's a true copy of your character, including gear. Golem. Lucretia. God, her 3C's terrible. I'm gonna start using it only in emergencies. Well, at least she still has whip. Actually, and poor old Imelda has just been sitting here, hasn't done anything. I guess she can safely attack it because it's stunned. Okay, I saw a dim jewel proc there. Love to see those. Oh, I feel like I'm sitting hunched here. I'm gonna need a little stretch break. Oh, like I said, I just woke up from a nap just before I started this stream, and it did not help me feel more refreshed at all. Oh, I feel worse. Alright, what turn am I on? Don't need Golem's help. Good. That gives poor Golem a chance to restore his cooldown ability.
戦場は私に準備万端だ。全軍出撃。準備万端だ。次の作戦を実行します。一気に行きますよ。
And Loki's back again. Loki, just always Loking. Has anyone in the chat been watching that Loki Disney series? I watched season 1 and I thought it was awesome. I'm a Tom Hiddleston fan, and I'm an Owen Wilson fan. I was actually surprised to see him in that show, and actually nailed it. But I have not been watching season 2 yet. I've been kind of letting them come out, and I'll probably binge it later on. All the debuffs. Are you whipped right now? Yes. Do you need Golem's help? Yes, you do. Sad. Important to make sure AO gets the Star Crown and King's Crown buff on this turn. For the super meltage. We're getting there, Leonardo. We're getting there. Let's take a look at the score here, actually. Yeah, sadly, 210 mil. I wish the damage on the wolves counted. Not like that's 30,000 as much, but want more damage. 210 mil, turn 23. Sadly, we're just a little bit behind pace to break 1 billion. But hopefully we'll give my current high score a run for its money. That's really all I'm hoping for here. Way to go, Lucretia. Great auto attack. Bye-bye again, Loki. Thank you for your service. Now, are we going to be worried by cooldowns again this turn? Potentially. That's better damage, Lucretia. Reaper's where it's at, obviously. Turn 25. All right, 1/4 of the way there. Yeah, cooldown troubles. I should be able to get away. Like, she has so many stacks, I should be able to get away with using Act again on the Golem this turn. Okay, Golem, you are going to stand. Oh, this is a good turn to have Reaper available, so she can heal up after hitting this. Oh no! We don't want her to die. Okay, let's find a better time to rewind the Golem. Alright, Frontier, have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, I guess I can rewind the Golem and just not attack with Lucretia this turn. Yeah, no sense to go back digging too far. Let's just have her sit around. Question then is, can she survive attacking into this? Lucretia couldn't. Okay, she can. Good, that's a little bit better. Not for much longer. We're gonna basically be at the point where Patzer's pretty much the only one who can attack unless the boss is stunned. But that's okay too. We'll just, now that we have that knowledge, we can deal with it.
楽しい時間になるわ。夢破りの境界に落ちなさい。無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Act again on AO. Since she needs the tokens, might as well. Nice, we get a clock on that, so we can use it again to help rebuild our tokens from all these extraneous AAs we've been casting. Like next cycle, I'm probably gonna have to rewind the golem again. Come on, Dim Jewel. Do your job. Or not. Rip. Our cooldown refresh RNG is leaving a little bit to be desired. Wait a minute. Back. Interesting. Was pretty sure it wasn't back at the end of last turn, but now it's up. Hopefully we clock this so I can use it again. Just to keep everyone's cooldowns in check. No. That means I'm not going to be able to AA her next turn. Unless someone comes and dies, which they're not doing. Her having Act Again is more important than not using the swap on AO. We'll come back to this turn. I mean, I'm still casting this, but I'm just gonna bank the tokens instead of blowing them. Patzer just quietly doing her job throughout this entire fight. Sadly, also not getting a lot of clocks, but I'm not really judging her for it. Really just judging everyone else for the quality of their clocks. Okay, so this is the situation where I want to use the golem first. Yeah. Lucretia can't survive, so she's just gonna hang there. Now we pray for a dim jewel because the golem's cooldowns are not in a happy place right now. Nothing. Okay, we're gonna have to use a swap. It's gonna cost us some damage, but we gotta keep the rotation going. Since we're swapping, there's really not much point in even giving AO this buff, since she's gonna... Actually, does she keep King's Crown buff when she swaps? We'll find out. Yeah, she does. Yeah, okay, so that's fine at least. She loses the Zeus buffs, though. Or not loses them necessarily, but they tick down, so it staggers the giant damage that she would normally be doing. We need an accessory that gives you a 100% dim jewel rate. Since we're getting a 100% breeze accessory in a couple months, why not give us a 100% proc rate for some PvE accessory, you know? Dang. No helmet debuff from Imelda there. Some more RNG working against poor old Kong. Alright, let's get this show back on the rails. clock for Patsir, that's a nice sign. A helmet proc for Imelda, that's a nice sign. Calling in golem assistance again. I'm happy. Let's see, Florentia, what are my priorities for you? I think we can get away with it this time. Good, that's gonna help. Partly because, unlike last time, I already have the 3C up my sleeve for her. So I can cast it in advance of using Act again. We're on a mass attack turn for Loki. We're doing alright, we're doing alright. Despite RNG not treating me the best this run, we're hanging in there, and it's basically serving its purpose. Which, I mean, I've already done my run and set my score, right? The reason I'm running it again is because I didn't have a recording of it, and for a content creator, that super sucks. I want to have a whole series of all these Ancient Beckoning bosses. So it's important to have some kind of cycle, at least, online, on YouTube, for you to watch in case you want to follow along and set your own super high scores. So even if I don't beat my score, at least there will be a record, and all of you can come and beat my score instead. Okay, Golem, you're doing okay. AO, you're actually doing great. Clock that, please, Florentia. Ah, Dim Jewel, it's something, it's something. So the Golem actually doesn't need to do work right now. Ooh, we are going to be breaking the 300 million mark. Very soon, very soon. Who gets to do the honor? Not Patsir. Oh, guess who it's gonna be? I like how sometimes her meteors just rain down super speed like that, and sometimes they dramatically have pauses between them. Okay, she does need Golem help. Get Loki back in the action. Gotta say, I really appreciate Loki's super fast respawn time. It's just good to see Loki's cute little face over and over again. I also appreciate Loki's extremely fast casting animation. Lucretia still occasionally putting up some good damage. Ah, the wolves are back. Oh, Ancient Beckoning. When you start the battle, you're fresh-faced and invigorated, and by the time the battle ends, you're ancient. Patsir still hanging in there. Imelda misses her helmet debuff. Thanks for your service, Loki. Okay, Imelda. No helmet debuff from Imelda again. That's okay, that's okay. I feel like all these little characters are so brave attacking Fenrir while he's stunned. Where if he wasn't stunned, they would all be instantly smooshed if they tried that. Imelda, Lucretia, and Florentia would all basically splatter against Fenrir if they tried to hit him and he wasn't stunned. But when he's stunned, they can feel like very strong little healing creatures. But Florentia and her elven spear throwers tank those wolves like a total champ. Okay, we're gonna golem first to get AO's 3C up. Which means Lucretia's not attacking. For aforementioned smooshage reasons. Now I should be able to get away with casting Act again on this golem now, because I have the 3C, so I'll have Or does this leave me at 4? Didn't I make this exact same mistake last time? No, because I'll be at 4 after I cast the AA, but then I'll get my 2 for ending her turn, so she'll be at 6. Yep, okay, we're safe, we're safe. Just keeping that goddamn golem prepped for when I need him, which is too often in this run. Okay, here we go for another double AO turn. Getting all the debuffs on Fenrir. Hopefully all of them. Let's see if Imelda gets hers. No, Imelda not chipping in. Come on, Imelda, you gotta be a team player. We have another chance, though. Florentia could get the hat debuff. No hat debuff from Florentia either. Well, when you can't get hat debuffs, you might as well at least get a big pile of hat buffs. So here's 2 for you, AO. Okay, this will be interesting. This happened last time. She has 1 cooldown on it, but then at the start of the next turn, it was back. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding something obvious. See, it's back. Why is it back? Usually cooldowns tick down and skills refresh when the player or when the character ends their action. Not like at the turn changeover, but for some reason her 1 cooldown 3C is back in action here. Or if it has something to do with the wolves dying? Or like I said, if I just am misunderstanding something obvious? But maybe I can be leaving AO with 1 CD left on her 3C over turn overlaps. Oh, under 1 million now. Rip. I wonder if that would have been a good opportunity to test. I could have held off on the golem cycling there. Although there's no wolves to die this turn, so if it is related to the death of the wolves, then nothing would have really happened.
の頼みは聞ける？
Seeing a suspicious lack of mind bores from you, Patsir. Can't say I'm too happy about that. At least Imelda got her hat debuffed this time. Back up over 1 million damage for some of those meteors. Love to see it. Sadly, the cooldown situation here is just atrocious. You wait, because we still need to buff you up with Land Ford. Alright, AO, if there was ever a time to proc your Dim Jewel, I mean, I guess it's too late for that. Because we're swapping off one of your land buffs again. Sad. Oh, weak meteors. Half damage meteors. We're on whip turn? Yeah, we're on whip turn. Turn 41. We're not even halfway there yet. How do you feel about that, faithful viewer? 2 hours. Actually, it's funny because my Hugin and Munin video and then my Jormungandr video both were like the same length to the minute. I think they were both 4 hours and 40 minutes long. Very different fights, so it'll be funny to see if this one goes on quite that long. We're gonna hope for no. I know I had a nap, but I do have to sleep again for real tonight. Hang on to those. Well, let me just double check. Yeah. All right. Another day, another AO Greasy. This one with Mind Bore, so that's good. Okay, Golem forced to come to the rescue again. This is the turn I expected. Okay, AO needs help. Golem does not have help available. Terrible. I should be able to get away with casting Act again on the Golem this turn too, though. By the skin of our teeth, though, every time we have to do that, and Florentia has, like, just enough stacks, it's always terrifying. We do not like it. Okay, in order to do that, we need the Golem to hang. Then we act again it. At least we got the hat debuff from Florentia there. Okay, now Golem can set up AO. AO can do her thing. Hopefully proc Dim Jewel so we don't have to keep falling back on this every turn. Get a little backlog of cooldown reduction going. No help from you, AO. No help from you whatsoever. Okay, I'm going to close Discord because that's distracting me. I'm going to briefly mute myself while I have a coughing fit. We back. We're healthy, we promise. What turn was I on? Nice, Patzer at least clocks Mind Bore again. Over a million with the last one. AO hanging in there damage-wise. I mean, we're not even halfway through the fight. I expect to see these numbers start dropping off a lot more once we get a little deeper.
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
人形、あいつの頼みは聞ける？
準備万端だ。
Poor tier 2 Lanford, he's so cute. What do we think SP Lanford's class is going to be? Probably infantry, right? I think it would be awesome if they made his SP class holy or something like that, and made the lore behind it Prime Minister Lanford from Langrisser 5, have him all decked out in his robes. I don't know if that would be awesome in terms of actually having a good kit that makes sense, but it would be cool in theory. Where did I leave myself? Yeah, Imelda. Trying to get a hat debuff and not getting it. Classic. Golem not having the goods. Let's see if we get that weird cooldown tick over this turn, though. Like, instead of... we probably won't this turn. This is not a wolf's turn. Oh well, not much we can do. The golem will be ready to cast CD on her next turn anyway, so there's nothing that says we have to do it this turn. Ooh, I hear the beautiful sounds of Dobermans being fed upstairs. Yeah, okay, so... at least we have this. But yeah, this is the tricky part about preemptively using the golem, though. Because his action will be done. Watch, you'll see what I mean. So we need to use him to get her 3C up. Now if she doesn't dim jewel this, she's not going to have 3C available for after she gets act again. And since I'm act againning her, I can't act again the golem. Which means we're stuck in that awkward situation once more, unfortunately. Where she's going to have to swap one of her buffs off just to be able to use her 3C. Oh, Lanford is down to under 10,000.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Yeah, that's gonna cost me. Alright, let's see this. So it has one cooldown. There are wolves on the field, so let's see if these wolves dying, just having the turn roll over, if that affects her cooldown. I don't know if I'm attributing it to the wolves. I know it doesn't happen on non-wolf turns. I've noticed it twice during this fight on wolf turns. Yeah, it's back. So I wonder if it thinks... Because it has that provision where if you get a kill... Oh no, it's not even when you get a kill. The kill only does your talent cooldown. You get skill cooldown when you hit one enemy. Okay, I really don't know then. Anyway, we're over 400 million damage. Hey Fenrir, you're back. You're back from being an Anarchy. Woo! Back up to over 1 million there, good. Keeping that meteor damage sustained as long as possible. Okay, golem going to work. I just heard Applesauce upstairs barking, bothering the older dog. Which I find cute. The downside of Fenrir being one of the bosses where the rotation is really rote, like it doesn't vary much, is that it gets boring. I still have half this fight to go.
楽しい時間になるわ。好きなだけあがきなさい。
Ayo can't 3C. He can't do anything, but we can act again him. So again, we're going back into the old bullshit cycle.
人形あいつ
次の作戦を実行します。一気に行きますよ。
This is like the third layer of cooldown desperation. Hey, at least she clocked that.
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
準備万端だ。私の動きを見切れるかな。
Yeah, the Kyra meta was slightly more interesting because she had to go here sometimes, and then she had to go here sometimes.
大したことないね。だから死ぬのよ。それだけ。
But at least with the double AoE meta, you were like cycling 2 different AoEers off, so you'd be like, ooh, it's Varna's turn. Little things.
楽しい時間になるわ。闇に抱かれながら黙っててちょうだい。
What's your score on this, Soda? You must have a high score on your server.
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。
戦場は私に任せてください。一気に行きますよ。
湧き上がる力で我が神との
Oh my
契りを果
god.
たす。
The cooldowns are really not being friendly with me during this stretch of the game. Really not being friendly.
正しい選択をしたわね。
私に考えがある。
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Well, a dim jewel. Probably on the turn I don't need it since I'm getting mysterious cooldown from on these wolves' turns.
好きなだけあがきなさい。
Give me dim jewel procs on other turns. Oh, turn 51. I missed the point where we were at the official halfway mark. Well, that's nice.
楽しい時間。
Halfway mark, here we go. 403 million in third place. Very nice score, Soda. Very nice score.
正しい選択をしたわね。正しい選択。
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
人形あいつ の頼みは聞ける？
次の作戦を実行します。
人形、あいつの頼みは聞ける？
次の作戦を実行します。
Can't afford to act again that golem. I guess well, we'll see next turn. I don't like the looks of this. The nice thing about getting your dimensional jewel procs and stuff is you don't need to think and calculate your act again tokens and all that bullshit. You can just keep wailing and press the damage button. Not so in this run, anyway. I'm having a rough run of it. Oh, right. We need to do this. And then if she doesn't proc Dim Jewel here, she's swapping off one of her Zeus buffs. Oh, good. First time that I needed it, that it actually came through. So, when those cooldown shenanigans happen, someone who's actually, like, I think the guy who set the Chinese high score that the video of this is based on, and some real hardcore high score guys, try saying that 17 times fast, they'll use their clocks to reset if they don't get the procs that they want. Kind of like how you would reset, like, if you don't hit a crit on a big attack, like from an Oboro on one of the other bosses. In this one, you see people resetting to try to get Dim Jewel procs and things like that. I am not going to be that finicky about it for the purposes of this video, but know that it happens. Tiger, hello, welcome to the stream. Not you, Loki. Okay, 1 CD. Cobra, welcome to the stream. Yes, Fenrir. We're here to... Well, I say, to encourage myself, I say we're here to beat my Fenrir high score. But in reality, we're just here to lay out the Fenrir rotation on the table so that it can be recorded for people. And look, skill is available, despite having had 1 CD last turn. Mysterioso. I've seen better damage than that before. Ayo.
戦場は私に任せてください。次の作戦を実行します。
I wonder if it's insane. To act again the golem on this turn.
選択をしたわね。
戦場は私に任せてください。
She'll go up to 8 from her 3C and then down to 2. No. She'll go up to 8 and then down to 3 and then back up to 5.
一気に行きますよ。
I know how to do grade 1 math. The boss is turning into different forms because of Loki. Loki's playing tricks on the boss. Loki is a trickster god. One of the side effects of Loki being on the field is that it casts a bunch of like random debuffs on the enemies, and the debuffs are associated with them taking different forms. So they can turn into an Anarchy, they can turn into a Cyclops, they can turn into a Tick. Various fun things like that. It's one of the things that makes this fight a little bit more tolerable, because having an Anarchy on the field is always an enjoyable experience.
人形湧き上がる力で
Come on, Dim Jewel.
ちぎりを果たす
That didn't look like a Dim Jewel.
正しい選択をしたわね。
次の作戦を実行します。一気に行きますよ。
That was, but it was on the wrong character. Though it's still helpful on Florentia.
選択をしたわね。
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす
正しい選択をしたわ
Oh
ね。
my goodness. It's funny that I'm so tired doing this, where,
我が神
like, I've played around with the idea of doing, like, a 24-hour charity stream a couple times in the past. There's been a couple times that I was like, I can think of something that I want to do, like a cool plan. But then I do Fenrir for 4 and 5 hours, and I'm like, now try doing that for 24 hours? Mind you, if I was doing a charity stream or something like that, or some kind of 24-hour stream or event, it would not be running Ancient Beckoning over and over again, I'll tell you that much. Okay, so Loki's back. See, it made Fenrir a tiny little shrunken wolf. Oh, that's so cute. That might be the cutest result. A little tiny Fenrir. I like that one.
Hmm?
無限の神と英知を積む湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす
戦場は私に任せてください。
Did we already catch the siphon debuff? Yeah, so we can AO.
我が神との契りを果たす。
戦場は私に任せてください。準備万端だ。
正しい選択をしたわね。
Oh, he's a tiny Anarchy! Tiny Anarchies are about equally funny as the full-sized Anarchies, to be perfectly honest.
準備万端だ。全軍出撃。
Najin, Apex Arena on Freekong. If you mean Apex Arena on Freekong as a 24-hour event stream, then no, sadly, because there's not 24 hours worth of Apex to be played. I guess I could just queue in casual for 24 hours. But to be honest, that sounds like an absolute nightmare. One of the ideas I had, and this one's kind of funny because it's very unlike the things I usually do on this stream. I had the idea of doing a 24-hour Animal Crossing stream, and it would kind of be funny because obviously, like, I haven't visited my Animal Crossing island in like 2 years, so you know all my villagers are sitting there pissed off that they haven't seen me in so long, and there's weeds and cockroaches everywhere. So it would be funny to like open the gates of my town and just like hang out and chill and clean things up and kind of use it to raise money for one cause or another. I have a cause in mind too, but I don't really want to tip my hand quite yet because it's something that I may still make happen. I just need to find the right time for it. Over the Christmas holiday might be an interesting time for something like that, to be perfectly honest.
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。
We're getting close to 1 million, but... Oh, we got a Dim Jewel proc there too. This is exactly the turn that I want that on. Although my golem is fully loaded up right now too, so it's not exactly highly needed right now, but I'm not going to look a gift jewel in the mouth. All right. Then we will Loki Whip. Ooh, there's 1 million. Nice to see it. Turn 57.
あいつの頼みは聞ける？
もう待ちきれないのかしら。
正しい人形あいつ
無限の神と英知をつな
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける？正しい選択をしたわね。
戦場は私に任せてください。準備万端だ。全軍出撃。 私に考えがある。
戦場は私に任せてください。畳みかけます。
Don't need to worry about act again on the golem this turn. Oh, it's almost time for joint battles. It's funny, whenever I'm doing an Ancient Beckoning run, I always, like, do all of my dailies and everything early in the day, because I know I'm gonna get a run going, and then I worry if I'm even gonna be able to finish before reset happens. So definitely gonna be missing these joint battles, but I did them earlier in the day, thankfully. Thank you, Kong of the past, for thinking of that. Ooh, Dim Jewel again. Nice. We're having a little stretch of good luck now to make up for the bad luck we had in the first 40 turns. So you get to hang tight, Golem. Landford, can you believe I sharded you up to 6 from 3 stars just so you could be a King's Crown bot? Do you believe it? I believe it. He is doing more than just King's Crown, but it's basically all buff passing. Okay, this is a whip turn. Okay, we're doing okay on cooldown resources. Thanks to AO keeping us in business. I really wish, I've talked about this before, but I know I've said how I really wish at the end of an Ancient Beckoning battle it would give you like a score breakdown of the damage dealt and the healing dealt and all that stuff, like you have in other modes. It would be really funny, especially funny to see for Fenrir. It would be funny for all the Ancient Beckoning battles, but for this one, seeing AO's total damage output compared to everyone else's would be hilarious. I guess giving bonuses to the rest of the team has always kind of been Lanford's thing. I'm excited for his SP class. There's potential. I don't know if they'll do something interesting with it, but there's potential to make it like a new mechanic, you know what I mean? They always kind of get a little creative with Strategic Master stuff, so I'd like to see something very interesting for his SP. Other than just like a bigger aura that gives slightly better stats. No dim jewel there.
正しい選択をし
次の作戦を実行します。
人形あいつの頼み
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Gonna have to swap out. This is when things start to get dangerous.
正しい選択をしたわね。
無限の
私に考えがある。
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
That's nice damage though. No dim jewel again. Okay, so now we're in trouble. Although this was the wolf turn, so that should have taken care of her initial refresh. No, it didn't. Okay, interesting. So that only happens sometimes. Oh, when Loki's up. Ah, it must be a Loki effect. Must be a Loki effect. Anyway, we'll figure that out some other time. But yes, on wolf turns when Loki is available. Well, we passed 500 million damage, my friends. Half a bill. Half a bill. We're still climbing. So she really just wants to AoE. And she has her 3C. She can afford to act again the golem this turn. So let's do that.
正しい選択をしたわね。
次の作戦を実行します。
Clocking this 3C would be especially helpful. Okay, there's a dim jewel. That might keep me treading water for now. And this is not a whip turn. What turn are we on? 63? 62. All right. Almost 2/3 of the way through this battle. All right, we've got Mind Bore at least. Always love to see one of these double AO turns start with a Mind Bore. And a tiny little Cyclops. A little fella. And a Siphon. Nice. Love to see the Siphon. Now let's see a Dim Jewel. Let's see all the luck go Kong's way this turn. No. Can't have everything. Okay, so next is the act again. Yeah, I agree. It's funny because, like, obviously as soon as she came out in China and we got to look at her kit, it was like, oh, her 3C was made for Ancient Beckoning. Like, everyone knew that Fenrir was going to get ripped wide open, and sure enough, that's what happened. Turns out, her 3C is also made for Magic Tower Auto Chess. She can fully take down a tower, insta-win a game. It's actually kind of brutal. Like, I feel like they should consider banning her next season. Before this run of Auto Chess, we actually didn't know if, like, they were gonna nerf her 3C effect somehow. Kind of similar to how they've nerfed other characters slightly in that mode. Like, they make on-spawn procs not really happen until the second turn. Like Lucretia summoning her golem, or Elwyn's faction buff. And, like, Virash has limited revives, he can't revive 6 times. So we were thinking, like, oh, maybe they'll do something to nerf her 3C. But nope, it's just an instant tower crumbler. Kind of ridiculous. Okay. This is a whip turn. And this is also one of those mysterious turns where Loki and these wolves are going to somehow facilitate AO having her 3C available next turn, even though it's on cooldown. We don't ask questions when it benefits us. Dim Jewel? Dimensional Jewel? It's hard to ask questions. We didn't get it. And we have nothing from the golem, and we definitely can't afford to act again the golem this turn, because we won't be able to act again AO next turn if we do that. So AO let us down, potentially. Yep, my score is #1 in Fenrir currently. No one else really moved. Some of the other players, like Sarah, just came back on main court and said he was planning on running it this week. And Kyutaru was in this stream earlier saying he's planning on running it on Friday. Maybe I hang on to this. Then again, casting it now and getting a clock would be really nice. So yeah, my score may be challenged this cycle. But I'm currently, at least, desperately hanging on to #1. I wonder if I should have tried for that 3C clock. Not that it would really matter this turn. Oh yeah, she can't do that right now. Ooh. So we really need a Dim Jewel proc here. Really need it. This is where we need it, AO. Come on. This is where we need it. Uh-oh. AO making me sad. Hey, DTT. Flying Lanford. Yeah, at least for this fight. Lanford also shows up in Nidhogg as his normal infantry class.
準備万端だ
But for this fight, it's very important for him to be able to King's Crown AO, and he can only do that as a flyer.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ無限の神と英知をつなぐ大したことないねだから死ぬのよ
Okay, here we go. Just over 500. Yeah, depending on how the pace changes for the end of this fight, I feel like I should be able to reach my score. I have 30 turns left. I should be able to reach my score.
楽しい時間になるわ
I've not been having the best RNG. But I do have overall, like, slightly better rolls than I did last time, so that should balance things out. No, a blue bomber beaner. Yeah, no, not this time. That was a Halloween thing, but, you know, if there's popular demand, maybe I'll start breaking out some of my other funny hats. Like my Pikachu hat. That'll be for Nintendo-themed game nights. Now, here's the question.
戦場は私に任せてください
Here's the question. Do I want to try not cooling her down this turn and doing it next turn instead? No, I don't think I do want to do that. I don't think I do want to do that. Seems scary to me. How many hours left? Of this stream, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, probably 2 hours. You're right. I'd say just under 2 hours.
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける
準備万端だ私の動きを見切れるかな
Loki, mass attack.
大したことない
Sayonara.
だから死ぬのよそれだけ
正しい選択をし
もう待ちきれないのかしら夢破りの境界に落ちなさい
正しい選択
湧き上がる力で無限の神と英知をつなぐ
正しい選択をしたわ
無限の神と英知をつな
At least we know I'm getting 2 3Cs this turn. Hey, there's a dim jewel. Lovely. That will let my golem catch up with his CD reduction skills.
あいつの次の作
Okay,
戦を実行します
act again on her. Then the golem can just hang.
正しい選択をしたわね
Lanford will do his hat cycle. Double hat powers. Lanford, poor Lanford, down to dealing 40 damage. See, and this is the thing. It's turn 60-something. Lanford's only dealing 40 damage. Like, the difference between having him on Breeze and Blazing Sun is not going to make a huge difference in the course of your entire battle. Maybe it does make a difference, like even a slight difference, especially in those early turns, is great if you're trying to like scrape as much score as you can. But for me, the cost to benefit ratio of having to re-enchant a set specifically for him for this, like, I'd rather just incidentally get a set for him over time in the course of rolling other stuff, and then be like, oh, okay, here, his Blazing Sunset is ready now because I was rolling other things and accidentally got it built. But Soda knows what I'm talking about. Although Soda's probably not as strapped for gold as I am. Got the siphon.
次の作戦を実行します。
I don't think I care to get too fancy with this.
正しい選択をしたわね。正しい選択をしたわね。
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's less of a function of it being day one servers having to hone their characters to be competitive, and it's more so just like the leaderboard chasing type people wanting to do that because it gives you like any advantage. Because even on the early servers, like, it's not like there's a ton of competition for the top. Obviously, the scores are really good, but a lot of players just aren't playing. So you can put up a good score and then kind of sit there. But also, you're dealing with, like, day one players who have a lot of resources and who have a lot of characters kind of already built. Like, there are players who just built Lanford back in the day because he was one of the only characters they had, and they were like, well, let's build him. You just kind of have more resources to go around, except for gold. Alright, let's see how RNG treats me this turn. Yeah, Jonathan, Magic Chest should be gone by the time Slayers comes. Slayers is in 2 weeks, or like a week and a half, so not this coming Thursday, but the Thursday after that. And that's a perfect amount of time for chess to come to a conclusion. So like the first cycle of feats for chess will end this Thursday, or this Wednesday, and then it'll have another week where the cycle of feats refreshes, and then the event will be over. Usually events don't cross over from one major update to the next. Some, in rare cases, they do, but usually they don't. Is that 4 weeks after Slayers? No, that's like maybe 3 or 4 months after Slayers. Because after Slayers we have the Apotheosis banner, which is the 5th anniversary. Then we have the Andriau banner. Then we have someone else's banner. Someone. Then we have The Isolde banner. Anyway, it's like at least 3, if not 4 months, so plenty of time. Although we need to summon all those characters along the way. So it's not like we get off scot-free. Well, PvP players need to summon those banners along the way. Anyway, you can see the schedule of upcoming banners on Wikigrisser. They have the news section updated, so you can just go to the news section of Wikigrisser and it'll show like the next however many monthly updates. In the grand scheme of things, 4 months, 5 months from now, I guess, is, that's not a long time away. So you will get a new Mythical Realm buffer soon. Soon-ish, in context. Yeah, our score accumulation has slowed down a little bit. I feel like we crossed the 500 million mark several turns ago now. But we're hanging in there, we're hanging in there. Are we hanging in there? I'm kind of feeling like I'm not. But that's kind of the mindset that I started this stream in, so. Oh, gross. This is definitely an act again the golem turn. Hey, we clocked it. That's good. That's good for me. I hear ya about recovering from summoning. I mean, I'm actually sitting okay on summoning resources right now, but that's only because I've been summoning very conservatively over the past while, knowing we have this big upcoming stretch. So hopefully my stockpile, my Dragon Horde stockpile, sees me through several months of summoning. Hey, LW Gaming YT. Oh, Eschine and Hoffman. Yeah, that was the banner in between that I was thinking of that I couldn't remember. I would not say they're too niche. Well, Hoffman maybe. Eschine, though, is looking like she's going to be a total beast, necessary in PvP, and she's also really good for at least one of the Ancient Beckoning fights as well. So, you know, I'm going to want to build her up to try that new strat. Huh, beyond collecting and being a fan of Slayers, would you recommend skipping and saving for Apotheosis and further banners? No, not really. It depends on your goals, Dirt. If you're a PvP player, then Lena is good for a couple months. She's one of those characters who comes in and is really good in the immediate meta, so she really rewards people who summon multiple copies of her. And then, like, later in next season, she kind of falls off again, mainly because a whole bunch of other really strong PvP characters come out. So if you're not the kind of person who's going to get all those other PvP characters built up to edge Lina out of the box, then you can get a couple seasons out of her. But if you're not a PvP player, and especially not like a hardcore insta-building stuff PvP player, then she's slightly less important for you. Yeah, I mean, Andriao, Nemea, Eshin, Apotheosis are all going in Apex boxes. So, personally, if it were me, Dirt, I would be summoning Lina for sure, because she's definitely the kind of character that I would build up right away and put in my Apex box. I also like to play weird stuff like in later seasons of Apex, so even after she drops off, like that's about the time that I'll probably have her built up. But I'm the kind of player who will throw her in then and just play around with it and probably have some decent success. But I don't hold myself to the expectation that I'm going to compete with the true top competitive PvP players. So, you know, it doesn't really matter to me if she's not the best at that point in time. But if you don't do PvP at all, then it's a bit of a harder sell. Ooh, that clock is exactly what we were looking for. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, like, it's not like the only thing she gets used for is high-level PvP. She's also just a fun unit. Like, in PvE, general PvE, like, having a AoE bomber unit or a versatile-ish mage is interesting. Like, it's fun, so... But if you don't care about Slayers at all, like you're not a fan, you're not a collector, you don't care about missing units, knowing that collabs probably aren't going to be coming back before this game closes the doors. If you don't care about any of that stuff, then yeah, skip her. Dragon's Horde worth of Trinity crystals. Just how much do I have saved up? I'm not perfectly sure, to be honest, right now. Once I'm in Ancient Beckoning for long enough, I forget everything else about the game. I don't know if that's a good coping mechanism or not. But I think I have around 200 tickets and maybe around like 30,000 crystals. So someone mathed that out. What is that, like 500 summons? But bear in mind, Apotheosis is one of those single-unit limited banners. So they can be deadly. If you have bad luck, and I've been known to go through the odd stint of bad luck here and there, you know, I could end up sinking a couple hundred summons just trying to get Apotheosis, and if that's the case, that really puts the pressure on for getting Andriao, Nemea, Eshin, Skip Hoffman, and then getting Isolde. There's a lot of summoning requirements coming up. But I am going to be trying to get both characters from Slayers, and that is partly because I have huge regrets for missing Shaltir. Even though she's not a good character, never really got used for anything, having that hole in my roster from like 2 years ago with a collab that like maybe isn't coming back. If any collabs are coming back, that one's probably close to the top of the list, but like it hurts my soul so much to be missing her. So I don't want that to happen again with Slayers, is what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're a big fan of Watham, I mean, Apotheosis just looks so cool anyway, and the fact that he actually does get used in high-level PvP now is very reassuring. I like the look of that character. He has an Echo of Light skin, at least I think it's an Echo of Light. That's a little bit ridiculous though, it's like one of those like mech character echoes, kind of like Theon. Which is a little silly in this game. Okay, this is not... That's fine, because she has her 3C for next turn, so that's fine, that's fine. In fact, I probably don't even cast her 3C. We'll just hold on to it. Because I can't bank on clocks for Florentia. Okay, we're getting into the 70s now, I believe. Ooh, we're already into the 70s. 72. This, do we dare call this the home stretch? Okay, that, it makes me feel like I'm not going to beat my high score, because I feel like we broke 500,000 on, like, turn 60. So the fact that we haven't gotten another... 500 million, I mean. Ugh. The fact that we haven't gotten another 100 million points in over 10 turns, only 20-some to go, like, maybe I'll be cutting it really close to my current high score, really close. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks like bad RNG is going to kind of counterbalance better stats and bring me out pretty close to the same result. But at least there's a video this time. I keep saying that. Even if I don't beat my score, the purpose of this is not to beat my score necessarily. It's to provide a nice video for the viewers. For the viewers. Keep them safe and happy. Ooh. More meteors? Oh my goodness. No wonder there's all these cracks in the floor. '73. The Return of Loki. The other thing that's going to make Ancient Beckoning a perennial fun time is the addition of level 10 casting. So basically doubling your casting stats. Super expensive gold sink, so you have to be judicious about the characters that you cast. And if you want to spend your money casting Ancient Beckoning characters, that will definitely impact your score for sure. Ao's just gonna 3C.
戦場は私に任せてください。
In order to do that, she's gonna need Golem powers.
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける？
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
And then I feel like this is a good opportunity to act again, my Golem. Yeah, LW, that they do boost gold income. It happens a few months after the casting level limit is increased. So there's definitely going to be at least a brief window of utter famine. So a lot of people, like a lot of the serious PvP players, have already been hoarding gold, knowing that that's going to be a problem. I think it costs like 7.5 million gold to top up a character from current max to new max. So that's per character, 7.5 million. I rarely have 7.5 million in my account at any given time. I did this morning, but then I spent it on this. Characters, gear for this run. Ooh, clock that. That's nice. I mean, ideally, I don't need her 3C as much as I've been using it, but at least if I have to use it, I might as well clock it so it's available again when I need it. Yeah, we are struggling here for damage. Definitely slowed down quite a bit since the early part of this fight. There's a nice dim jewel proc. Although it doesn't really matter right now. Well, it's still better than nothing. But she would have had her 3C back next turn anyway, even without that. Alright, we're climbing, slowly climbing our way up to the 600,000 mark. But getting up to 680, I think I said I had 680, getting up to 680 from here, ooh, seems like a stretch. Seems like I might not make it.
戦場は私に任せてください。
What can you do?
次の作戦を実行します。
Well, let's use, we don't need it yet. We don't need it yet because AO has her skill.
準備万端だ。私の動きを見切れるかな。私に考えがある。
正しい選択をしたわね。
So this is a double AO turn. Let's see where we end up. We're at 583.7 right now. Let's see where we end up at the end of the turn from 583.7. It's not even an ideal AO turn because Patsir is not casting Mind Bore. And taking an ass load of damage, which I don't like. And we didn't get the Siphon debuff. So, it's not going to be a great double AO round. Everything we need is not happening. Fenrir has very large stats. No, you have to do him first. Now this is awkward. I wonder, because she has 5 tokens, I wonder if I had the opportunity to AA this damn golem last turn and I just didn't see it. I'm not committing to this yet, I just want to see what happened. No, not with only 6 stacks at the start of the round. Guess not. Alright. AO swap cycle it is. So that's about as bad of a round as you can get for damage, DPS-wise, on a double AO turn. Because normally you want Mind Bore, you want Imelda's hat debuff, and you want AO to actually have the tiles. Which she did not there. So I was 583, it looks like almost 5 million damage that turn, and that's on a bad turn. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, Noob Smog. I'd have to play around with that, how that looks in my cycle. At this point, yeah, that would probably be more important damage-wise than keeping AO whipped. I'll play with that in a cycle off-stream. I mean, ultimately, we're still casting 1.5 meteors per turn, so we're still doing all right. I'd like to play with and test variations on the rotation when I'm not 3.5 hours into a stream and feeling like clocks might end up being limited. Let's see if we have a better damage turn here. We want to get to 595 at the end of this turn. How did we do? Our goals. That dim jewel proc was actually useful. 597. Okay, so we had a 7 million turn there. 7 million on a good turn. 5 million on a bad turn. Which means we'll finally be cresting the 600 million mark and begin the final climb towards my current high score. Oh, Patsir, hang in there. Just for a few more turns, my friend. No, don't do that. Okay, Golem, you can actually hang. That's nice. I guess this would be the turn where you need to decide if you're copying Florentia. But you can tell in advance, like you can't tell whether AO's gonna miss her dim jewel proc. But you can tell in advance whether your golem's in trouble with his cooldown reduction skills. So like if he has these on cooldown, you could choose to preemptively copy Florentia, I guess. Turn 80. So about 20 turns. It took me from turn 60 to turn 80 to get 100 million points. So if that pace holds, I should get to around 700 million, but we know the pace won't hold because his stats are going to scale like crazy. So I'm going to do less damage, less damage. I think I'm going to end up right around my current score, which is funny. Funny in a cry myself to sleep way, not funny in a laughing clown way. Okay, there we are. We're in the 600s. Officially in the 600s on turn 80. Okay, the climb to 680 mil. We're at 605. We need some big rounds, I think. I fear. That's okay though, even if this video just serves as a demonstration of how I got to my current high score. At least it's like a good baseline for people to base their runs off of. Okay, this is an easy act again, the golem turn. He's on cooldown. Actually, yeah, I'm doing it anyway. Because, I have max stacks. And we clocked it. Beautiful. Hey, Golem, come get a skill back. Okay, we should be nicely loaded up for next turn now. No Mind Bore, unfortunately. No Siphon, unfortunately. So it's going to be on the lower end of the DPS as far as turns go. Each turn now we need to scrape out as much damage as we can, so those debuffs really matter. There's Siphon at least, so we'll have it for the second one. Okay. $614. Turn 83. Oh, it's midnight already. There is a 0% chance I'm going to the gym after this run. 0% chance. There should be an accessory where if anyone on your team procs Dim Jewel, it gives Dim Jewel to everyone on your team. I am Dim Jewel greedy. Okay, Mind Bore. Siphon. Dim Jewel? This is the turn we need it. We need it. Rats. I guess we didn't need it. Because we do have cooldown available on the golem. Block this though, Florentia. Well, at least Lucretia sometimes still does damage. Sometimes she's doing 40, sometimes she's doing like 30,000. That adds up.
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。
Okay, 623 and a half. Turn 85.
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける？
湧き上がる力で湧き上がる力。
次の作戦を実行します。
This is an act again golem turn.
もう待ちきれないのかしら。
Sadly.
好きなだけあがきなさい。
正しい選択をしたわね。
戦場は私に任せてください。
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
All for this.
準備万端だ。私の動きを見切れるかな。大したことないね。だから
Every turn I feel like saying, here we go again, because I've done that turn, like, that specific turn 20 times? 15 times? Done each specific turn 15 times? That's pretty cool.
時間になるわ。闇に抱かれながら黙っててちょうだい。
No siphon.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
次の作戦を実行します。畳みかけます。
I remember back in the day, the good old days of running Fenrir, when just triggering these tiles was like a difficult thing that you had to plan for. Like you had to carefully create gear sets that would allow you to get to 6 debuffs. Those innocent days.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Okay, she has her 3C. Good, that means Golem can rest.
選択をしたわね。
Regain your strength, Golem.
準備万端だ。
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Those were some nicely damaging meteors. I can accept those meteors.
好きなだけあがきなさい。
So Patsir's 1C drain skill is important here, especially important at this later stage of the game, because she takes a hit from that wolf, which she easily kills, but it knocks her off 100%, so if she's coming up here to attack Fenrir, she wouldn't have the benefit of last rites. which, as you can see, like, she's eating pretty good damage even with Last Rites. So being able to drain after killing that wolf back up to 100% is very helpful.
人形あい
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
That's some less good looking damage.
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける正しい選択をしたわね
戦場は私に任せ私に考えが全軍出撃
Sharing the lovely benefits of hats.
戦場は私に任せてください一気に行きますよ
634.
あいつの頼みは聞ける
もう待ちきれないのかしら。
Come on, Emelda. Ah, fail.
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
次の作戦を実行します
Welcome back, AO.
湧き上がる
You need some golemage.
我が神とのちぎりを
Let
果
us
たす。
provide it to you.
人形あいつの頼み
King's Crowned Lucretia. Oh, 40 damage.
準備万端だ
湧き上がる力で
Someone should check what my actual current score is, so as we get closer, we can raise the hype levels. If anyone's on Baldea, Salrath, Rayguard, Dalsis, or Rocky Valley servers, you can just pop into Ancient Beckoning and look at the high scoreboards, and let me know what my actual exact high score is. We'll get some end stream hype going here.
大したことないね。だから死ぬのよ。それが
89, only 10 turns left. 10 turns to get 50 million? If I'm getting 5 million per turn...
楽しい時間になるわ。
This is gonna be so sketchy. We need things to go well. Thanks, LW. That'd be awesome. Alma, thank you. 687. Ooh, that's even higher than I thought. Oh no, it's gonna be tough to catch that. To be perfectly honest, it's gonna be tough.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
戦場は私に任せてください
正しい選択をしたわね
I think this is a act again the golem turn. Well, no, he has this available, but he wants to cast it right now. That's his problem. So yeah, I think this gets me up to 8, then down to 3, then back up to 5. Yeah. Okay, okay. 9 turns left. We are really in the home stretch now. Got a Mind Bore turn. Got some potential to pick up some damage. Did we just clock that too? Good, that'll be helpful. Now, Imelda, we need your hat to proc. Good. Good, Imelda. Let's do some damage, AO. I've seen better. But I'm not going to shame you right now in our hour of need. Ooh, all my Florentia stacks. They're all gone! Oh, let's not forget you, Lanford. You have an important role to play here as well. $647, so we are officially 40 million below my current high score. With 8 turns to go. Picking up stacks is probably important. And also, he did not catch a Siphon debuff there, so Florentia has a chance to give that to him. Well, let's hope. Guess not. Ooh, we got a dim jewel there, though. That's very good. Because it means this golem doesn't have to do anything right now. Coming up on 4 hours for the stream and VOD. We have this nicely clocked mind bore ready and waiting, so we can use that again. Okay, Imelda, now more than ever. You've been missing hats on us. You've been missing hats. It's time to not miss this hat. There we go, Siphon, love to see it. Double Siphon. Okay, we need Golemage, but we have it available to us thanks to that Dim Jewel. Get some actual damage out of Lucretia. It only has 3,000 defense, Lanford. What's your problem? This is a whip turn. Let's go. 654. 30 million away. 6 turns left. We're really hanging on that pace of needing 5 million per turn. We're really hanging on it. Poor Patzer. Not doing well. Also not going to have Mind Bore up for her next turn in the cycle. We did get a Siphon at least. I like how I can make one bottle of Cherry Coke Zero last 4 hours. Still every bit as delicious as it was when I started. We're gonna need a Dim Jewel proc next turn. Okay, no Mind Bore. No Siphon. This is kind of the point where, like, if I don't get the Dim Jewel proc, I need to start using my clocks to go back and get better RNG. Yeah, I didn't get it either. The most annoying part of that is using clock takes so long to cycle back through the turns. This is supposed to be a whip turn for Loki, but if I could try to do the Florentia act again nonsense with Loki now.
正しい選択をしたわね。
Just to see what happens. If I'm going to be resetting anyway, I might as well see what happens.
人形、あいつの頼みは聞ける？
戦場は私に任せてください。一気に行きますよ。戦場は私に任せてください。畳みかけます。
I can just compensate by having the real Imelda use whip at the start of next turn.
湧き上がる力で我が神との契りを果たす。
Wait, why's all everyone's shit back?
湧き上がる力で我が無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Loki's doing something that enhances people's cooldowns.
我が神。
私に考えがある。
Oh well, I don't need to reset though, because this is fine.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
Anytime a Loki uses a support skill. So that would be the mass attack that she used. Interesting, interesting. So I didn't need to make it Florentia. I could have still used... is it only cooldowns on the person that he casts the skill on, though? Probably. So it would have cooled down my AO, but not my Golem. This way, I got the Golem cooldown as well, but he doesn't need it because she procced her skill, so she has her 3C up. Anyway, he'll be well-stocked for next turn anyway. That's fine. Like I said, we don't really lose anything for going with Florentia there, because... we're gonna whip at the start of this turn. And since it's so late, like we're on turn 95, I'm not worried about it messing up my overall cycle. Like her not having whip available when she needs it later. Because later is gonna be after this battle is over. Yeah. I will have Mind Bore available for next turn, which is good. Okay, and we got the Dim Jewel there as well to make up for the fact that I don't have this as an Imelda. Because Imelda could cast another support skill and affect your cooldowns again. So that's
次
fine.
の作戦を実行します。
Golem doesn't need to do anything.
正しい選択をしたわね。
次の作戦を実行します。私に考えがある。全軍出撃。戦場は私に任せてください。戦場は私に任せてください。
Do some damage, Loki, before you leave. Hey, 1 damage! Oh wait, what can you do? You can't take these with you. Increase mobility, that sucks. Increase soldier attack by 10%. Hey, here we go. Who's actually attacking? She's casting an AoE. Okay. Lucretia it is. $96.
正しい選択をしたわね。
$663. It's not looking like it's gonna happen.
もう待ちきれないのかしら。夢破りの境界に落ちなさい。
I'm kind of amazed that we're coming so close, to be perfectly honest.
人形あいつの頼みは
Let's see. We've got our Imelda.
正しい選択をしたわね。
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
A dim jewel again. We're getting all the dim jewels in the end game.
正しい選択をしたわね。
次の作戦を実行します。
人形
湧き上がる
So we don't need the golem again.
人形あいつの頼みは聞ける。
Lucretia totally benefiting from that plus 10% soldier
湧き
attack.
上がる力で
No question about it. Oh, his javelin. Oh, well, I mean, I can use Shiv.
私の動きを見切れるかな。準備万端だ。
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
We're in the last gasps. Fenrir's last gasps. The Awakened One's last gasps. Loki's last laughs. Kong's nightmare almost over. 12:30 a.m. Ready for sleep. Definitely not getting 20 million damage in 2 turns. Definitely not. That's okay, everyone. I can't wait to see what you guys can put up on the leaderboards as well. Feel free to post in the comments of this video if anyone... I know the people watching the stream are still watching, but if you're watching the VOD and following along, and, you know, building up your own high score, post in the comments what your high score ended up being. I want to see.
もう待ちきれないのかしら。
No, AO Loki would not do great damage because it doesn't benefit from all the stacks of standing on the Zeus tile. And frankly, just for the... like, the cooldown reduction of using mass attack and keeping whip on AO, that's what keeps your cycle going. Like, if you didn't have that every 3 turns or every 6 turns or whatever it is, you end up losing out on a lot of skills. So that was the turn where she should have whipped, but she does not have whip available.
我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
So I guess I just whip right now.
大したことないね。だから死ぬのよ。
人形
無限の神と英知
Okay, good. That does count. Did he get siphoned? He did not.
次の作戦を実行します。
So we'll go Florentia first, hoping to get a siphon here. Not getting one.
あいつの頼みは聞ける？
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
正しい選択をしたわね。正しい選択をしたわね。
私に考えがある。
Lanford's usually supposed to faction buff there too. But he wasn't able to because poor Loki had to use whip instead of mass attack.
湧き上がる力で
準備万端だ。
楽しい時間になるわ。
Wait, what turn is this? Ah, this is the turn. This is the turn where we really want her to have
無限の神と英知をつな
Mind Bore.
ぐ。もう待ちきれない。
So I
無限
wonder
の神と英知をつな
if there's a way to finagle this
ぐ。もう
that she gets Mind Bore available.
湧き上がる力で我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
Huh, I feel like I wonder if I swap with the golem and then use the cooldown reduction on her
無限の神と
and then just blow mass attack, then she can Mind Bore.
無限の神と英知をつな
Let's just see how it plays out, and we can always rewind it if we don't like it. We're just getting a little creative.
正しい選択をしたわね。
もう待ちきれないのかしら。好きなだけあがきなさい。楽しい時間になるわ。夢破りの境界に落ちなさい。
Obviously, if it costs us an AO action, then we'll come back to turn 98 and change things.
"無限の神と英知をつなぐ。湧き上がる力で
次の作戦を実行します。
Just hoping for a siphon here. That's the only reason I'm doing Florentia first. Not getting anything interesting, okay.
我が神とのちぎりを果たす。
Ah, dumb.
準備万端だ。
Dumb because that was supposed to be an Act Again AO turn. That's why we have a bajillion clocks. Like, that was the whole point of getting the Mind Bore out, is so we could use AO multiple times. I just got too cute trying to get a siphon debuff. Okay.
無限の神と英知をつなぐ
戦場は私に任せてください。一気に行きますよ。
Oh, I can almost feel the nice cool pillow on the back of my head waiting for me. There's a siphon. Oh no, but I already used the golem this turn. It's not worth it. Just getting Mind Bore is not worth ruining Ao's second attack. So we play out this turn normally. Yeah, swap does get rid of the tile buff, which is very annoying when you need to resort to the swap, which is like a last resort. What the heck? There's like this huge truck that's been driving by my house. 1 in the morning. This huge truck. Anyway. Well, at least she got a siphon this time. Right. I'm so pumped. So jazzed that we're at the end of this. I know, that's encouraging, isn't it? So she doesn't even need Golem's help. We still have a turn left. Oh, I should have sent the Golem down to help Patsir this turn, but it doesn't really matter. Alright, let's see what the final turn looks like. No, Amma Zero, it is not King's Crown proccing that helmet, it's something else, something special. The helmet's only procced by healing. I'll let you stew on that for the rest of this turn, and then at the end of the battle, I'll go back and show you my Landford. We need Whip. He sure does have Holy Grail. He sure does. She doesn't need to stay alive, so she can just do this. I guess she has a revive anyway. Then what? Then what do we have?
私に考えがある。全軍出撃。準備万端だ。私の動きを見切れるかな。
無限の神と英知をつなぐ。
The last gasp.
戦場は私に任せてください。次の作戦を実行します。一気に行きますよ。
Let's get you in here for one final hit. One final hit, AO. Very fitting that the last move of the battle is AO's 3-cost skill. Pretty good damage out of it. Oh, I was defeated. Oh. Heartbreak. What a heartbreaker. To have come all this way and lost. I actually did lose. I am in first place. I'm in first place, but I'm behind the first place score by a cool 10 million. You know what? Looking back on some of the bad RNG I had and some of the slight tweaks that I could make to my cycle to make sure that my cooldowns are better, I could make up that 10 million for sure. But I'm definitely not running another 4.5 hour Fenrir this cycle at least. Maybe next cycle, I'll have some improvements on my Covenant rolls. Maybe I'll improve some of my enchants, but I'll definitely improve my gameplay, and I'll come back and I'll take down that blasted Kong in first place with a new first place Kong. But anyway, that has been the Fenrir high score run. First place. I'll go back and take a look at these characters again, since there are people in here who missed the very start of the stream. For those of you watching the VOD, you can obviously just go back to the start of the VOD and take a look at things on your own time. But for AO, we've basically just got, like, as well enchanted as possible. I mean, my enchants aren't even perfect. The Dim Jewel's very important, the Star Crown, pretty important if you're using that weird Lanford strategy. Blazing Sun, though, definitely a must. We've got Lucretia in here, who also is using Blazing Sun stuff. There is no crit on the Dim Jewel. You theoretically shouldn't need crit if you're a demon and you have... Like, I think I have crit on one of the gods. But you theoretically shouldn't need it. Once I switched her to demon, I didn't miss any crits on any of her meteors. We also have Florentia, of course, in here with some clock gear. All that matters for her, really, is clock gear, a Dim Jewel, and a Warlock's Hood. The Miracle Staff isn't really even doing anything in that battle, because Patsir is literally single-handedly supplying all the debuffs you need. Mine just happens to have a good roll on it. Speaking of whom, we have Patsir also with clock stuff and a Dim Jewel, and that is to try to proc as many mind bores as possible. We also have her custom helmet. Last Right's very important. Ulver's staff is pretty sweet. Increasing enemies' damage taken is definitely tasty. We've got Imelda, who, as you saw, is actually very important in that battle, because she is the main Loki subject. So she's got Juggler Plushie to help make her whip last longer. Warlock's Hood, which I kept cheering for. We definitely want to get that 30% MDef down, which is really big for allowing Awakened One to do tons of AO damage, or AoE damage. All AO's damage is AO damage. And then finally, last but not least, and I say that without a hint of irony, is the Tier 2 Flyer class Lanford. And the important thing about the Tier 2 Flyer class Lanford, like I said at the very start of this stream, he's doing 3 things. King's Crown for AO. King's Crown as much as possible, increasing the damage of her 6 meteors. Huge. Holy Grail. As long as he does damage, so when he javelins and then moves back to AO, he heals her with this, and it causes her Star Crown to proc. So that's 10%, 10% skill damage on her 3C, of course. Yes, 6 meteors. And the other thing he's doing is his 6-star fully cast center casting passive, which gives AO an additional plus 10% crit damage when she's critting with all 6 meteors. Any source of healing from an ally. Let's go back and look at exactly what the helmet says. But yeah, I looked into that. The helmet won't be triggered by just like standing on the tiles to get your healing from the tiles. So yeah, anytime that you're healed by another allied unit. So it can't just be like mechanics, the floor tiles healing you, but Lanford healing you definitely counts. Anyways, that is the Fenrir run. Currently holding the high score on that. Not sure how long that's going to last because we have Sarah and Kyutaru both vying for the top spot. 2 very strong players with strong whale accounts, stronger accounts than mine. So as long as they have the patience to stick with that fight, then they can put up good scores. So we will see what the healthy competition on this server looks like at that point. In the meantime, I know I was complaining about going to bed, but what I'm going to do is go back and edit the VOD for this so it has a nice fancy thumbnail, a bunch of nice timestamps to help guide you along throughout the course of watching this video. And yeah, I wish you all the best of luck in your own Ancient Beckoning runs. Take care, everybody. Thanks for coming by the stream. Thanks for supporting this marathon run in the chat. You helped keep me sane for sure. If I was doing all this and like not having anyone to talk to, don't want to think about it. So thank you everyone for helping me, and I'll catch you in the next one. Happy Langrissing, everyone.